Hello everyone and welcome to our third round coverage of the 2015 Maple Hill Open. We're going to get right to it with our 130 group. I'm your host Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. We're going to bring you some exciting action throughout the entire day. We're glad you're tuned in and ready to go. Nate Doss is raring to go. He's giving me some sweet hand signals. Let's get to it. This is your 130 tee time.
Gentlemen, we are live on the tee. Up first, Jeremy Colling.
Release by Chris Dickerson, looking for a little bit more turn than he's got, but still a huge crush. Him and Big Jim almost matching today.
Dave Felberg. Group at 120, Avery Jenkins, Jason Dorr, Cam Todd, Max Nichols. 140. Yeah.
Sorry to stand right in front of you. It's okay. You had the best seat all day until I got there. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, it's funny. You can look around. Yeah, that's... Yeah, Terry's bigger than me, so we'll go with that. There's one guy in the sun yesterday. I swear, everywhere where they sat, I'm like, I'm just going to give you a camera because I went and stood in front of him for 3 holes. You didn't see any of the earbuds in there, did you? Jeez. I left my white ones on the table.
Oh, yeah, I think I saw those, but I think he's calling Ryan or messaging Ryan or something, or maybe not. I'll text Ryan real quick, see if he can grab him.
The Mach X by DGA, the evolution of disc golf.
My name is Bobby Music. I've been playing disc golf for 20 plus years out of La Mirada, California. La Mirada is a great course to grow up on. It has a lot of history. Several world champions have come out of La Mirada. I started playing around late 80s, around when I was 6, 7 years old. I grew up at that house on the corner house right there. I used to wake up in the morning, hear the chains on the baskets, and walk to my front window, see who was putting. If I wanted to jump in with them, I was able to grab my bag, grab something to eat, and meet them by hole 15 in about 5 minutes. This year was a big year for me, very big year. I've made a couple changes, and I'm now with Legacy Disc Golf. We are going on tour this year, this being my first year really on tour. I'm 31 now and been playing 20 years, so I think it's about time. You know, I have no kids, nothing holding me down, so this is my year to go out and do this. And thank God Stevie and Bomba have confidence in me that I will represent their company well.
I've caught up with our 2008 Vibram Open champion, Avery Jenkins. Avery, here we are just before tee-off. What are you thinking about?
Just putting together a solid round. As yesterday went, I definitely capitalized on a lot of stuff. I missed the first round, but this next round, I need to finish a little stronger. I finished 4-4-4 yesterday, and those are all threeable, you know, par fours at the end. So looking to capitalize, looking to really take advantage of the dry weather because the storm is coming. I looked at the radar. It's 100% tomorrow, depending on where your tee time is. Hopefully it comes tonight, but looking forward to playing a nice dry round today.
Yeah, that's certainly been on the minds of both the players as well as us as a camera crew as to what the weather's going to look like. And you said it, you finished 4-4-4 yesterday. When I'm reviewing any of the scores, I'm always seeing a lot of blue, a lot of people able to go 3-3-3 or maybe even get the 3-2-3 or something like that, or 2-3-3, getting a 2 on hole 15,
If you
16.
get 2 to 3, it'd be good.
Yeah, so there's a lot of birdies out there. Do you feel like, what were you doing on the front that was working so well for you yesterday?
I was putting it real close to the basket. The closer you can keep it to the basket, the shorter those putts, and the easier you're going to score. But yeah, it's just about keeping it together, keeping it down the middle, throwing these very tight wooded fairways, and just throwing them straight. You know, you really get a chance to open up, except for a few holes, and you're playing in the woods most of the time. So.
Now we saw that McBeth had opened with a 10 under, Wysocki with a 9 and 8, and then some 8s and 7s on that leader card yesterday. However, the hottest score yesterday was only, I believe, an 8 by Gregg Barsby, who jumped up onto the leader card. It just seemed like across the board, the hot scores were at least a few off of the opening round. Any explanation for that?
I really couldn't explain it. You know, birdie holes come and go on this kind of course, and you got to capitalize on those. You know, 10 down, 8 down, 7 down. In that range, if you're in the low 50s, you're playing this course well. And it's a stroke here and there. It's a very tight field. The scores are very packed, and today's moving day, so you gotta jump it up and go get it.
All right. Well, I saw you make a significant jump yesterday with your 5 under par. I know you're going to look to shoot at least that, if not better, and we wish you the best of luck, buddy.
Thanks, Terry.
Appreciate
All right,
it. There you have it. That's
Thanks,
your
guys.
2008 Vibram Open champ, your 2009 World champ, distance champ. He's got a bunch of titles. World Traveler. That's Avery Jenkins.
Awesome.
Let's get to the action.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, we are live on the tee. Up first, Avery Jenkins.
As we said, Avery Jenkins on the tee first. Avery's throwing a Star Destroyer here. And as one of the longest throwing competitors in all of disc golf, no problem clearing that pond. He's hoping for it to get a little left.
Jason Dorr.
Jason Dorr with a late fading turnover, however, over the pond with ease.
Cam Todd.
2001 world champion Cam Todd. This will be a quick throw.
Keep going.
Cam was not convinced he was getting over the pond. Max Nichols here. And Max Nichols going off to the left-hand side, a little bit more conservative. Should be an interesting difference between Max Nichols and Cam Todd. Max is a very routine-oriented player. Takes his time, usually his full allotted, nearly his full allotted 30 seconds. And Cam Todd is easily one of the fastest players in the game. So that should be an interesting group to see, as we'll see if they even each other out, if one style is affected by the other. But like I said, nearly perfect opposites in Todd and Nichols on that card. We've got a solid gallery out here that's taking in all of the action. A few years ago they set up some benches right here behind hole number 1. Also a lot of photographers, other people taking in the filming and doing some other media. See AJ Risley, the disc golf boy, talking with Steve Dodge. Also, like I said, an entire gallery of people that are able to just hang out right here on hole number 1. They're able to watch all of the tee shots before they follow the competitors out. Scooter, also our announcer. It's been announcing for a number of years, keeping everybody on task and on time. And then we look off to the right-hand side where we see one of our featured card members, David Wiggins, warming up with not a lot of open space for these players to really get out and release big drives. They're able to do so right here into this net on hole number 1. Say it's more or less a batting cage. It's really evolved throughout the years. It used to be a wooden frame with a net tacked to it, and now it's more of a batting cage, and players are able to throw at full speed just to get their arms loose. I'm guessing here in a moment we can even catch up with one of our either competitors or one of our tournament directors or staff. See a number of hole 1 tee sign sponsors. Lots of various sponsorship opportunities out here this week. Again, stay tuned. Our featured card, the leader card here at the 2015 Maple Hill Open, will be teeing off at 2 p.m. Eastern time. I'm guessing that's going to be at 2 p.m. sharp. We've also made a few minor adjustments both to our video settings as well as a few audio settings, so we're hoping that things are even more so improved for you today during our third round coverage. We've got Joe Height on camera 2, Todd Dodge on camera 1, Johnny V back at the booth in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, myself, your host, Terry Miller, the disc golf guy, right here on the play-by-play. We also have support from both AJ Risley as well as Ryan Heedy this week. So it's been an amazing week. Slightly overcast skies. Avery spoke of the weather and whether or not if it's going to rain on us tomorrow. Unfortunately, that seems to be almost 100% guarantee. However, it is definitely more humid than we found the past few days. I arrived to town on Tuesday, and I believe both Tuesday and Wednesday there was some humidity in the air, and it was not the case the last 2 days. However, it's back today, and Tomorrow it may be 100% humidity as it is precipitating on us. Not looking forward to that part. However, we are looking forward to bringing you our fourth and final round and crowning our champions here at the 2015 Maple Hill Open. One of the slight adjustments that we had made yesterday is that you should be hearing my super smooth voice in both the left and right channel, whether you're listening in on your television or have earbuds in, as I know a lot of people are at work or have been at work and they've been taking it in that way. You should be able to hear us now in both channels, and if you're watching us on YouTube, click on the gear on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. You will see that there is a option to bump up the signal. Sometimes it defaults to less than 720. However, we are broadcasting in 720 HD quality, so it may chug along on your internet connection a little bit depending on your buffering and how solid your internet is, but we are broadcasting at 720p. If you are not able to bring it up on a particular tablet or device, sometimes third parties, whether it's a Roku or something of that nature, that is more or less going to be a setting or a device issue on your end. We've been receiving some feedback saying people have been very frustrated. They haven't been able to watch it on a particular device. Unfortunately, there's nothing else we can do at that point. I guess our best recommendation would be to go out and get yourself a Chromecast for $35, and you should be able to hook that up to any TV and then stream it through your television if you're using a Chromecast. That's our best recommendation there. See Charles Yoder out there taking pictures, letting people know that he is watching it on TV, which is great to see.
That's it.
Almost as good.
What up, boss?
It's a little bit more free.
Ready to move, man. Legs are good. Ready to squat. Oh yeah, I did stretch. Can you help me out?
Good luck, bro. Hey, man, good luck.
A little bit more.
Yeah, good luck. Yep.
All right, I'm good. We're good, man.
Good luck. Okay.
There you go.
Do the Poland half hug.
I would have to trip over people to do that.
What's that?
In order to do that with him, I would have tripped over everybody in the middle. I've been laying down on your bed.
Just a few moments, we're going to have Will Schusterich and the rest of his card teeing off here. This is the second card. I have just caught word there's been 2 aces today. I know of at least one that happened on hole 8. If I had to guess, I would say the other one also did. I'm sure somebody could either discuss it in the chat board or do a little research. If you want to let me know, that'd be great. I'd love to call it the names and the holes. But I have just gotten the quick update that there has in fact been 2 aces today.
We are live on the tee. Up first, Will Schusterich. Hey, Will.
And Will Schusterich's looking for that to pan out and finish left.
Boom!
Big drive by Schusterich, right-hand side.
Joe Robert.
4 finalists last year during the final round, Joe Revere.
Logan Bowers.
Gallery asking for it to get up. We'll see if that's going to get over. And it comes up short, hitting the far rock wall.
Coming up at 2 o'clock, our lead men's card, Paul McBeth, Ricky Wysocki, Gregg Barsby, David Wiggins.
We just heard the call from Scooter as to who our leader card consists of. A lot of familiar faces. We haven't seen as much as David Wiggins this last year, as he's been at school doing the college education thing. But we have Paul McBeth at 17 under par, Ricky Wysocki at 15 under par, Gregg Barsby at 12, and David Wiggins at 10. Rarely during a third round of a tournament of this size do you see a 7-stroke gap between first and fourth. However, it just proves that McBeth and Wysocki have already started to pull away from the rest of the crowd. Of course, we're just halfway through. There's a lot of golf to be played. However, McBeth and Wysocki certainly off to a great pace.
Hey, Terry Miller, how are you doing?
I am doing swell. How about yourself, Steve Dodge?
I am doing fantastic. This is the
We match, as your
do.
brother said.
I'm glad we don't not match. It's great.
Matches.
And you've got a little white. It's nice. It's good to see you
Simmer
again.
down. I'll maybe shave for tomorrow. Anyway, I'm joined by our tournament director and tournament director of the, we always say
Whatever,
forever.
it's a century.
Century.
Century's fine. Century's fine. It's a young sport.
Steve Dodge. Steve, here we are, moving day, as many call that. Our third round, we've got an amazing card lined up with everyone. McBeth, Wysocki, Barsby, Wiggins. Could you ask for anything more?
Not a lot more, for sure. Guys like Wiggins and Barsby are not always on the lead card here, and it's very exciting to see them both have, especially Barsby's finishing up 8 of the last 9 holes birdieing. Unbelievable. I'm excited to see if he can start out and get,
15 out of the first 16 or something?
Exactly. Let's see if we can just keep it going, blow away a 45, and put some pressure on these guys.
Now, yesterday we had a little side bet. I still may have your $20 in my back pocket if you want to reach for that. But we had a side bet. You thought the hot score would be a 48. I said I thought at best the hot score would be a 49. And really, the hot score was only 52. Any reason for that?
I like that you say that you said at best it would be a 49, and what you actually said it would be a 49. It's just a slight.
That gave me a little wiggle room.
Exactly. Yeah, you got no wiggle room. Unless you
is
get
that a joke on my weight?
Unless you get bigger shirts.
Anyway, so what are we going to see today?
We're going to get another 48, just like yesterday.
Does that mean our wager is still on? I mean, I'm still holding your money in my pocket.
And you got Johnny's money. You're good for that. So we're good.
All right. Anything you'd like to say to all the Smashbox fans out there and people tuned in from all around the world taking in all the action?
There absolutely is some I'd like to say. I'd like to say thank you very much for being out there. And if you have a friend who is not in the room with you, text them, call them, write them a letter. Nope, that wouldn't take, that would.
Yeah, it's Saturday.
Yeah, they'd get that too late. So maybe hashtag Maple Hill Open them. But we want to blow this thing up today. And then tomorrow we will, we'll react from that explosion. But we want to get more live viewers than we've ever had today. And that's what I want to say to people. We want to blow this thing up. So watch, tell your friends to watch, and grow the sport. How can they tell each other to watch? You know more about that than I do.
There's Instagrams. There's
Instagrams.
Facebooks. There's Twitter. There's Tinder. You could swipe right for SmashBoxxTV. That's a good way to do it. You know more about Tinder than I thought you would. Okay.
I do. Yeah.
So those are all various ways that they could go out and do it. Of course, they should. I mean, you could email. Does anybody
Is there
email
a
these
site
days?
called Tender? Is that a site yet?
There could be. Kind of like tender hugs between the two of us.
Exactly, yeah.
We could look into that.
So I did have somebody text me and say that when we were on the air together, it looked like we were really, really close, standing super close together. And it actually feels that way.
I'm okay with it.
I don't know if it's Zoom. I don't know. Did you just think about kissing me? You did.
I always have that thought.
Yeah, it's a default.
All right. Well, let's get to the action. I'm going to call up one of our people on the card who hopefully will talk. Scooter's going to hopefully tell us we have another minute to do. Who should we talk to today?
I'd love to see Barsby or Wiggins. Let's see what they have to say. And just so you know, we call this cut day at Maple Hill.
Yes.
If you don't make the cut, you don't get paid. So there's a lot of people trying really hard to get, it looks like +3 each day is what they got to be shooting for. So it's going to be exciting watching the scores roll in. Top 74 plus ties make the cut and get paid.
Wow, I wish I was. All right, thanks for the
Thank you, Terry.
updates. We're going to catch up with David Wiggins. I think he's got just a moment. Oh, I guess we got better than a moment, according to Scooter. David, if you could come on over here to my better side. David Wiggins, first of all, glad to see you.
It's good to be here.
You've been a little bit absent from the tour for a very good reason. Tell everyone what you've been up to.
Yeah, I'm going to school down in New Orleans, University of New Orleans, actually, so that's been keeping me busy the past few months. Glad to be back on the road for a little bit again, though.
What are your tour plans this year? I'm guessing you're not going overseas, or are you?
Unfortunately, not this year. I won't be able to make it, but I will be going to Worlds and a few other decent tournaments here in the States.
Talk about the last 2 rounds that got you here onto the leader card on Saturday.
Just good solid play, pretty much. Started off really hot yesterday, then kind of simmered down a little bit and picked it up again at the end, but here I am, so hopefully I can keep the momentum going.
Yeah, now actually you're jogging my memory. Did I see 5 straight birdies to start and 4 straight birdies to finish?
Yeah, 5 to start, 4 to finish, and it was weird because the middle section of the course is longer and should be getting the birdies, but hopefully I'll get them today. Yeah.
All right, you are one of the furthest throwers in the game. You and Simon going back and forth, setting world records, doing what you do. You've won some competitions out here. What's your favorite hole out here at Maple Hill?
Oh man.
Please say hole 4, the shortest, tightest hole on the course.
No, not hole 4. I like. I believe it's 14, the one across the water.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, 14. I think that's just a 6 shot going across the water there. A little hyzer. Takes a lot of concentration, especially if you want to get that birdie and lay it inside the circle or something. But yeah.
Are you going super overstable there, or something like a destroyer, or are you going more with like an eagle or a T-bird at that point?
Like an eagle or a PD or something like that. Fairway driver. Yeah.
Yeah, just a little fairway driver, 450, no big deal. All right, well, this is David Wiggins. He's been busy at school, but we see him here this weekend sitting at 10 under par. He's on the leader card. We wish you the best of luck, David.
Thanks, Terry. Appreciate it.
Like we said, David Wiggins, he has found himself in a great position here on Saturday. It's moving day. We have just a minute to catch up with Gregg Barsby possibly, or he might be in the zone. We're going to see, actually, if he wants to. Of course he wants to.
Hi.
All right, let's get on this side.
Okay.
That's
this your good side?
It is. I'm
All
definitely, yeah, okay. Anyway. All right, we got Gregg Barsby. Gregg sitting 12 under par, stacked up with 3 of the best players in the world. What's the game plan today?
Keep it safe. Try to stick to my game plan. Have fun. Try to keep the mistakes to a minimum. Stick to the game plan.
That makes perfect
Knocks
sense.
them down.
Is there a particular portion of the course that you get excited about? You know, we just got the favorite hole being 14 from Wiggins. Is there any portion of the course or something that you're particularly excited to get to?
1 through 18.
1 through 18. Simple enough.
All the way through them.
All right. Anything you want to share with everyone that's out there watching? You got friends, family. I know you're one of the most popular guys on the tour. I mean,
Upper Park Designs in Nineveh. That's about it. Thanks for being here. Hope everybody enjoys.
We're going to get our tea time. Steve Dodge is going to call, I'm guessing. He usually is for our leader card. You're watching the 2015 Maple Hill Open, round number 3.
Keep talking, Terry.
not all fairways finish left, and we can't all throw with pro power. So Vibram has designed an understable distance driver that is perfect for beginners or advanced players looking for amazing anhyzer finishes. Introducing the Unlace from Vibram. Durability, grip, performance.
Here and present in terms of watching on SmashBoxxTV.
It's going to be very exciting. And this is the way we get it going.
Two white ones are Giants, and then sidearms are Targetone McFellin. Yeah. Okay. How many shoes do you have? 10? I think I have 10 of these. Trailer of the house. No. Just the bed folds up, so that's probably shoes.
All right, should we wave this time? Wave. Yeah. Wave to your friends. Look, the camera's on you. Wave to the friends. And on hole 18, they started
awkward thing I've ever seen in my life.
On hole 18, they started to do a wave yesterday. It was really lame. I want the Saturday wave to beat the Friday wave, okay? Yes, it will. It was bench 2 that was the problem.
And again, it looks like in just a few seconds here, we're going to be teeing off. Excited to bring you guys the 2015 Maple Hill Open, round number 3. Here's Steve Dodge with the call.
We are live on the box on our 2 o'clock lead card. Teeing off first, 3-time world champion, 1-time Vibram Open champion, Paul McBeth.
And McBeth throwing his trusty swirly Star Destroyer. And McBeth looking for a little more turnover, however, he's still going to be happy with that shot. Off on the left-hand side.
Teeing off second on our lead card, 2012 Player of the Year, Japan Open champion, Ricky Wysocki.
Ricky Wysocki will be throwing this green Felon frequently today. Correction, Enforcer. And carrying a long way before a slight fade is his Enforcer. If he's throwing a forehand, that will more than likely be his Felon.
Teeing off third on our lead card, 6-time NorCal champion, Gregg Barsby.
And Gregg Barsby throwing a clears and gets a pretty solid skip there. And one of the furthest throwing players on the planet.
One-time distance world champion throwing over 850 feet, David Wiggins.
David Wiggins with a Star Destroyer. And David Wiggins getting a nice pump out there. A little bit on that right-hand side. He's going to have a Anheuser approach from there or a forehand. However, a crush by David Wiggins. We're excited you guys are here and joining us this weekend. We have rounds 3 and 4, both today and tomorrow. We're out here at the Maple Hill Gold Course. I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy with SmashBoxxTV. Looking forward to an amazing show by these 4 competitors as the rest of the field is trying to hunt them down. We've got a cloudy, somewhat overcast day with mild humidity. We'll see if these players can make their move or if our leader card can maintain. And Wysocki in a great position. Just needed a little bit of left on that. He's going to be left about 35, maybe 40 feet short at the opening here to the Peninsula Green on 1.
Thank you.
And Paul McBeth Nova got up and rolled. He was looking for a little bit more angle on that on release. I know he was looking to keep it low and possibly slide into the basket, someone eliminating the chance of going over the OB wall. Wiggins traveling more than 600 feet here on this downhill hole number 1. And he's also right at the mouth of this peninsula green. Yesterday I used the analogy of a light bulb. McBeth was at least third. And McBeth knew out of his hand he didn't give it enough power. He did have the one tree to navigate to the right of. He had hit where Barsby currently is. Not only did he roll backwards, but also to the right. And Barsby fires first here. A huge birdie 3-putt from Gregg Barsby on hole number 1. And both Wiggins and Wysocki low on their birdie attempts. We saw that yesterday. I think 3 of the 4 competitors had low putts. It seems to be somewhat of a common theme actually the last few days. Seeing some of our competitors come up short, particularly on hole number 1, which is a little bewildering considering it is somewhat sloping down to the pin, so maybe they're slightly overcompensating. We're going to take a brief walk and get in position in hole number 2. Huge putt by Gregg Barsby to open up the round right here on moving day. Gregg Barsby throws a beautiful looking shot that's heading straight toward the pin, and he comes up about 25, maybe 30 feet short. And Paul McBeth has had this dialed in. He told us yesterday this is one of his favorite holes out here. Unfortunately, that one came out low out of his hands. It got up and scaled the rock wall, found OB, and then fell back in bounds. And Ricky Wysocki is about to land just a few feet from Gregg Barsby. He should be happy with that. And David Wiggins with a very unique approach here. That's rare. We see a roller. It cut all the way through the island of trees, and he's going to be on the left-hand side with a birdie putt. Nice gallery out here formed on hole number 2. I think it's only going to grow as the day goes on. We've got Paul McBeth with a slight misfire here on one of his favorite holes. As I said, Paul's PD had actually scaled the wall, found OB, and then rolled back in bounds. And for the first time this weekend, McBeth has not found himself within 8 feet of this pin. Looking at the previous scorecards, we see that Wysocki had taken a birdie on the opening round and a par yesterday. Barsby has had 2 pars, and Wiggins has taken 2 birdies on the first 2 opening rounds here on hole number 2. And Gregg Barsby with another solid putt. Looked to be about 9 meters away, just outside 30 feet at most. And Ricky Wysocki with no problems there. McBeth and Wiggins will both have tap-ins for the easy threes. Not exactly what they were looking for. We're through 2 holes. We're going to move over to hole number 3.
Hi, I'm Dan Hastings here at Maple Hill, hole 3, 365 feet.
You want to throw a shot that starts off going straight, slight right, comes back, finishes left. A little left to right gap here you got to hit, and should give yourself a putt.
Greg. David.
All this time to get
Getting up there, man. I did. I waited up like 10 minutes.
Woo!
Still playing? I don't think so.
Gregg Barsby with a perfect shot here on hole number 3. And a misfire here by Paul McBeth. Seems to be carrying through that left-hand side. David Wiggins throwing a Glow Champion Eagle. Some excitement here from the group, but that is a Glow Champ Eagle by David Wiggins.
All right, thanks.
Bubba Booey!
Camera coming.
And Wysocki going with a forehand roller. And the gallery loves it. Wysocki with a clap. A little hand wave to the gallery. That was a perfectly executed forehand roller in a very tight spot here on the left-hand side. Paul McBeth with a, we'll call it a long jump putt / approach from a little more than 100 feet. And Wiggins is in for the birdie from 26 feet. And a great par save here by Ricky Wysocki. Gets up and down with a forehand roller from the woods. We have Barsby approximately 15 feet from the pin. And Gregg Barsby, no problems here. And McBeth's going to have to settle for a par. A relatively slow start here for Paul McBeth. Opening this round with 3 pars. Gregg Barsby, on the other hand, closing the gap quickly, opening with 3 straight birdies. We've got a very short walk over here to hole number 4.
I'm Katrina, and we're here at hole 4 at Maple Hill. Have a couple different routes you can go, obviously. The sidearm around. A lot of people throw putter up the middle. Only thing is, if you do pure your shot, there is a chance that you could go in the water since it's downhill and the water's 30 feet behind the basket.
Barsby with a forehand flick out around the right-hand side. A nearly perfect shot by David Wiggins. Ricky Wysocki has a harp in his hands. He's going to be throwing a forehand. And a near skip for Wysocki, trying to score this in 1. And that is the cleanest tee shot Paul has had here on hole number 4 thus far. I think it's worth noting that out of the 8 times these 4 competitors have played this hole in the first 2 rounds, there's only been 3 birdies. So again, shortest hole on the course, 250 feet downhill, and of the 8 chances from our 4 competitors prior to this shot, there's only been 3 birdies. I think we're going to see at least 3 birdies during this round alone. Barsby with a kick to the right. straddling either left or right. McBeth cleans up for the 3. And Wiggins just 1 foot away, taps in for the easy 2. So we see 2 out of 4 birdies here on hole number 4.
Hi, I'm Paul Uliberry. I'm here at Maple Hill, hole 5, 285 feet, one of the more challenging holes on the course, even though it's 285 feet. A lot of people throw sidearms over the water or turnover. If you want to play it safe, you go down the right gap, which is pretty technical, but that's some time to play.
David Wiggins with a Star Destroyer forehand, getting the green flag. Ricky Wysocki throwing a felon. Solid forehand shot by Wysocki. I believe we and Gregg Barsby's got a great forehand coming in. McBeth throwing a Nova. McBeth has a gorgeous shot coming in. And just barely misses the basket. Great shot by Paul McBeth. We're going to move down this tight and narrow fairway. Some awesome excitement here on hole number 5. And Wiggins with a very obstructed putt comes up just short. Easy birdie putt by Gregg Barsby after throwing his Banshee. Paul McBeth putting himself on the board here with his first birdie of the day here on number 5. And Wysocki is in We've got 4 under par for the round by Gregg Barsby. On. We're going to take a short break. There's going to be a significant backup here on hole number 6. We're going to be back with you guys in just a few moments.
Hair look all right. We're here at hole 6, Maple Hill. It's a par 3, 375 feet. While it's a par 3, this is one of those holes where if you walk away with the par, you're feeling really good. There's a number of shots that you're going to see out of the righty backhands. You can see the hyzer flip with the mid-range or a fairway driver, and the fairway driver play could get you the 2. A really pure mid-range shot will get you up there, but you have to contend with a rock wall on the right, a very tight corridor. If you hyzer out to the left, you're in the water. It's a very difficult shot. You might even see some people lay up with the putter or play the mid-range just to that second stump up there and then go to the bucket from there. Even from there, it's a relatively difficult shot. This is one of the many swing holes out at Maple Hill. You'll see people take anywhere from a 2 to a 6 or a 7. So a lot can happen here.
The Mach X by DGA, the evolution of disc golf.
I'm AJ Risley, and this is the Gauge. With its reliable straight flight and its excessive amount of glide, the Gauge is perfect for players of all skill levels.
I'm Ross Brandt. I'm from Minnesota, and I play for Vibram Disc Golf.
Vibram Disc Golf is everything. Disc golf's awesome.
The discs are fantastic. They're the best driving putters I've ever used.
The rubber's great. It lasts forever.
They're really good putting putters.
It's very consistent.
They want the best disc out there.
Vibram's definitely making their mark.
We're here, we're living in this wonderful moment, and we're looking forward.
What Vibram's doing is, pushing everybody else a lot harder to commit to the future like they are.
are just about ready to go here on hole number 6. Our spotter is doing a little crowd control, letting everyone know they should be on the right side of the OB wall. Ricky Wysocki with a felon forehand shot here. He made it to the left-hand side of the island trees. He should be left with a somewhat obstructed putt from there. Gregg Barsby also opting for the forehand. He has hit the gap perfectly and has put himself less than 35 feet from the pin, penetrating through the gap perfectly on that right-hand side. Beautiful shot by Gregg Barsby. He is definitely dialed in here today. And Paul McBeth throwing a McPro Rock 3, going up the left-hand channel. He'll have a putt from below the basket. David Wiggins is lining up a forehand shot. I thought Wiggins mentioned earlier that was a Star Wraith. I may be mistaken, but whatever it is, it was a gorgeous shot. He's going to be slightly behind Gregg Barsby's from what I can tell. Great looking shot by David Wiggins. Many of our competitors speak of hole 6 being one of the most challenging holes out here. OB rock wall on the right-hand side. A bad kick to the left could also find you in the pond. However, some very nice shots here executed by our leader card today. And with the incline, McBeth's putt is strong to the right-hand side. And even with a small child somewhat moving around immediately behind the basket, Wysocki maintains focus and takes the birdie 2. And Barsby and Wiggins even closer than I had realized, both inside the circle, the 10-meter circle that is, and Wiggins is actually actually just has that for less than 20 feet. Rarely will you see that Paul McBeth is the only player on the card to card the par. However, he's looking at the 3. And hole number 6, absolutely destroyed by our leader card. Again, considered to be one of the toughest holes out here. We see 3 birdies and a par by Paul McBeth. And as usual, we have a backup here on hole number 7, which is very typical of this hole. Normally it is not quite this drastic. However, I see the 3rd card is moving down the fairway. Our 2nd card is, of course, just standing by. So we're going to be here for a little while. We've got Paul McBeth now sitting at 18 under par, Ricky Wysocki at 19. Gregg Barsby, who has started out very hot here today, is at 17 under par. And David Wiggins at negative 13. And we can see the gallery has backed up all the way toward the pin on hole number 6. This is a somewhat congested area here. In fact, since we have a few moments, we may be able to catch up with our PDGA events manager, Mike Downs, in just a few moments. We're going to move back toward the pin on hole number 6 and catch up with our PDGA events manager, Michael Downs. We're going to get out of the way of our competitors, just to be sure that there's no distractions for them. Come on back, Mike. I'm going to move over here. All right, sorry, not trying to run you down. I've caught up with our PDGA events tour manager extraordinaire. You do everything. What don't you do?
I just try to keep everybody in control here and have our competitors give it a fair playing field for their round today.
Yes, and this is Michael Downs, who has been traveling around the country, large in part with the national tour as well as a handful of other events. We frequently see both you and Marty Gregoire, Media Marty, as a 1-2 combo. What's it mean for the PDGA to be here present and helping out with an event of this size?
An event of this magnitude can never be understated. Steve Dodge puts on an amazing event, and obviously you can see the disc golf course itself is in perfect condition. We've got some nice weather. We've got a lot of spectators here today, so we're happy to be here, and we're happy to have this stop on the national tour.
What would you say is your number one concern? We see the gallery is growing. We see people are excited. It's the weekend. What's your number one concern out here today for these players?
My number one concern is making sure that the players have an ample amount of room and that they're given the proper amount of respect during their round. We just want to make sure that they never feel burdened by spectators. We love that there's spectators here. We just want to make sure that they're, courteous of the players on the field.
All right, we're going to get to it with Joe Revere on the tee.
Yeah, Joe. Big win it. All right.
Watching Will Schusterik's drive come in, it looks as if it got a kick. It was headed in the perfect line toward the basket and got a kick off to the side. When we're watching as the second card moves up the fairway, I should say. While you're watching Dan Hastings get in position here on the left-hand side of the fairway, I ask you to go out and share the link. Let everybody know you're watching live disc golf right here on SmashBoxxTV. Use a hashtag Maple Hill. Everybody can find us on all of the social media sites. Many of you have also received an email letting you know about the links for both tonight's podcast as well as tomorrow's broadcast.
Spectators, if I could have your attention for just a second. First off, I want to thank you all for coming and being here for the third round of the 2015 Maple Hill Open presented by Vibram. We just want to make sure that all the players have an ample amount of room. So please, there's kind of a little bit of a pecking order here. We've got players, we've got caddies, we've got cameras, we've got the leaderboard, and then we've got all of you guys. So please stay behind the cameras and stay behind the leaderboard so we can make sure that the players have an ample amount of room. We also want to respect our land and property owners. I'm sure they wouldn't want anything funky going on out here, so please be respectful to the land, be respectful of the property, and be respectful of the Dodge family, and thank them for having us here. So enjoy the rest of the round, and please give the players an ample amount of respect. Thank you.
Thank you. As we said, Michael Down just making a few clarifications as well. I think he could have added on that cellular signals and cellular phones should be turned down. Make sure everyone's got them on a vibrate or muted position. We've been very fortunate this year that I've heard little to no cell disruptions while our players are playing, but even myself, I've been a little nervous out here making sure that my cell phone is turned down, as I would hate to be a distraction to any one of our players.
Huge difference.
I'm going to do my best today to keep up on some live scoring. Some people have made comments in the past as to if Terry Miller's doing some words with friends or other things on my phone during a broadcast. If you see me in a camera position, no, that is usually my best way to communicate both with our production crew back in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, as well as our other cameraman. And in addition to that, I like to try and keep up on the scoring or any other stories that are coming in so that I can share those with our viewers and fans out there. Please, again, make sure you are subscribing to both our YouTube page as well as liking SmashBoxxTV on Facebook. The players were treated to doubles game night last night up in the Sap House. We saw some pretty fierce competition. I'm not sure if I have the overall winner, but it must have been
Gregg Barsby and Matt Bell. Matt Bell, the darts king. Yeah.
Well, there you have it. Breaking news by AJ Risley letting us know that it was in fact Gregg Barsby and Matt Bell that took down the doubles competition last night.
Still waiting on the bubble hockey challenge.
I myself had no problem taking care of our disc golf boy, AJ Risley, on the air hockey table. He may have gotten a little lucky during the intense shuffleboard competition. That's only because I've never played before.
Tell him 3 games, tell him the scores.
At any rate, like I said, 2 out of 3 in air hockey here for the disc golf guy. breaking disc golf news. The only loss that Matt Bell and Gregg Barsby suffered last night during doubles game night was in fact to the Dodge boys, Steve Dodge and Todd Dodge, in a rousing game of foosball. So make sure you are on Twitter and Instagram letting everyone know what happened out there at the doubles game night last night. Again, another scoring update. Wysocki at -19, McBeth at 18, Gregg Barsby at 17, and David Wiggins at -13.
Hey, also while we've got a second, you got a smartphone? Check out pdgalive.com. We're doing live scoring for every single competitor in the tournament, so you can see how everybody's doing. We're also doing kind of some play-by-play action, and we got coverage of the ladies going too. So check out pdgalive.com, and you can keep up with all the scores as they come in.
And again, Michael Downs making sure everyone knows that scores are being updated across the board. The Maple Hill Open has excelled for a number of years in terms of live scoring. They have live scoring for every single card out here on the course. As I am checking pdjlive.com myself, I see Gregg Barsby has 5 down through 6 holes. Wysocki carries most of the way down the fairway, hits a tree late. And a misfire by Gregg Barsby kicks him deep to the right-hand side. And David Wiggins with his PD also to the right-hand side. This is Paul McBeth, the star T-Bird. And McBeth's shot is high and carrying out all the way out the gap. He's going to have a long putt for birdie from there. Very nice, simple forehand approach here by David Wiggins. Another nice forehand approach from one knee by Ricky Wysocki. Gregg Barsby's going to have a little bit of work to do as that carried far right. There is a hillside here on hole number 7. Looks as if something else may have stopped him, otherwise I was expecting him to be even further down the hill. And Barsby gets up onto the upper shelf right where you want to be. Paul McBeth looks to be about 50, maybe 55 feet from the pin. I think we're going to see a straddled jump putt from him here. Or it looks like a front-facing jump putt, that is. And also a rare instance of a mini use here by McBeth. And McBeth, knowing he needed more power on that shot, asking for it to stay up as soon as he released it. He may still possibly be out here. And a routine 3 for Paul McBeth. And David Wiggins will also be left with less than 12 feet. We see 4 pars here on hole number 7. We're going to fight the gallery of spectators to follow our competitors back to the tee on hole number 8. We're a little more than 1/3 of the way through our 3rd round coverage here at the 2015 Maple Hill Open presented by Vibram.
Here at Maple Hill, hole 8, it's 280 feet, one of the countless signature holes out here. We're looking at a fairway that is completely over water, so you definitely want to miss deep. If you're going to miss deep, you're going to see a lot of guys play a mid-range shot just across. I myself like to throw a fairway driver and go a little deep, but the comeback putts, you're putting right back at the water. If you do throw in the water from the tee, you have to go to the drop zone, which is basically a little pitch up, and you'll be looking at a 4. So, and don't saw it off. You might see a couple people get lucky and saw it off a little early, and it might skip and go in bounds, and they'd be smiling if that happened.
forehand with his felon is Ricky Wysocki. And Wysocki's happy about that. He came in just underneath the basket. Great shot. And Gregg Barsby also with a forehand shot. And stops perfectly. Thankful there wasn't a skip. And David Wiggins throwing his putter on this 320-foot hole. And Paul McBeth hangs it a little bit wider today with a champion Thunderbird and is in a nearly identical spot to where we saw him yesterday.
Oops, sorry about that.
And very quickly, David Wiggins steps up with a jump putt here from the drop zone. And right out of his hand, McBeth knew he was going to again birdie hole number 8. And Gregg Barsby's birdie will push him to 18 under par. Ricky will tap in. So we see 3 birdies and a bogey by David Wiggins, not quite getting his putter over the water on this 320-foot hole. There's going to be somewhat of a backup and delay as always here on hole number 9. Again, we're almost halfway through our our third round coverage. Don't want to slight these guys out here at the 2015 Maple Hill Open. We'll be back with you in a few moments.
My name is Connor Wright. My PJ number is 57322, and I've been playing for 2.5 years. My favorite thing about disc golf is all the people that are associated with it, and also just like the flight of the disc, The flight of the disc, it's kind of like, I don't know, it's like really cool to me. Having like that pullback and just knowing that you generate that much power, I mean, it's pretty cool. It just feels good. I mean, just kind of like, I don't know, it's something about it. Well, my favorite disc is a Pinnacle Rival. I've had it for like probably 6 months now, and it's like the perfect beat-in. It's like my most reliable disc. I use it probably 40% off all the T-pads. I mean, this thing is like my go-to. Like, I don't know what I would do if I lost it. It's one thing I finally figured out with my putting. Finding a routine is like one of the biggest things for me. Honestly, if you don't have confidence in your shots, and you're just not gonna play good, because if you look at your shot and you look at your line and you think, well, I'm probably not gonna hit this, but you throw it anyways, you're probably gonna mess up. But if you say, you know, it's gonna work out perfectly, you imagine it, you imagine your disc flying through that line, it's gonna work out. Play with confidence.
We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best.
Disc golf is in the air. Join the excitement at pdga.com.
This is our second putter, the Summit.
It's a fast, understable putter. The edges are rounded, real nice, so it fits perfectly in your hand.
Very shallow for a good natural release. Micro bead on the bottom.
It's giving you that feeling of accuracy and precision like every other disc that they have. I love these with a tailwind. Tailwind putts, they just ride straight. They just follow the wind.
It's a good driving putter for those controlled finesse shots.
It's got a great glide to it. It's very consistent.
It holds a nice Annie line, or you can put it on a hyzer and give it a nice hyzer flip up and hold a nice straight line.
And it will get there quick. You don't have to put a lot of energy on it. These things can fly forever. It's just phenomenal.
The Summit does not like the wind, but it does like beginners.
It is the opposite of the VP.
My favorite, the VP.
It's our big beefy putter, very thick wing. It's got a nice flat top. It can handle a lot of power off the tee. got a big bead, the biggest bead of any of our putters. Loves the wind.
Good for putting in a headwind. Great upshot disc. Anyone that wants to be able to throw into a headwind or just feel comfortable and confident about any upshot, the VP is definitely going to be a go-to. These are superb. You never have to worry about it elevating off into the distance, and you don't have to worry about it flipping over. You can do pretty much anything inside 250 feet. Sidearm, backhand, you know, Tommies, you have to try it. You'll know after the first throw.
Ricky Wysocki throwing a forehand harp, and that looks to be a very nice shot. Finally, a few delayed cheers. And Gregg Barsby throwing also actually a nearly identical shot, except for I believe Gregg had an eagle of sorts. We'll see if the results are the same. Paul McBeth has struggled on this hole, consistently hitting the exact same tree. And today he hits a different tree on the left-hand side. However, his kick is not nearly as bad as the previous 2 days. He said that he was actually going to switch up his disc selection. I saw him with a Rock 3 the first day, a Mako 3 the second day, and today a different Rock 3. And a very nice shot with his JK AVR putter is David Wiggins. Now we find Paul on the right-hand side of the fairway again. That is not where he's been the last 2 days. We'll see if he's going to be able to be aggressive enough to try and attack the pin from here, or if he's going to have to lay up short of the island green. And McBeth's shot is high, and he's going to need that to sit down, or he's going to find... And he finds himself safe. I'm not sure that Paul was as elated or amused by the gallery as they were in his landing zone, we'll say. Of course, they weren't expecting for him to have his shot finish there. However, good that no one interfered with it. David Wiggins taking a look at it exactly where he wants to land here. This is an island green with OB all around it. The crowd likes his efforts. And a patent pending throw by Gregg Barsby leaves him within 12 feet of the pin. And McBeth just short. He wanted it to get there. It was a solid run, however, just a bit short. And for the third consecutive day, Paul McBeth is going to find himself carding a 4 here on hole number 9. David Wiggins cleans up for his 3. Gregg Barsby should be doing the same. And as will Ricky Wysocki. Paul McBeth has now played hole number 9 over par this weekend, as opposed to Wysocki, who has played it 1 over par. Gregg Barsby has played it at even, and David Wiggins has played it 1 over. We're going to take a brief walk over to the landing zone on hole number 10. We are halfway through the 3rd round here at the 2015 Maple Hill Open.
For driving with power or into a headwind, Vibram designed a distance driver with amazing glide and a strong, predictable fade. It is the ideal disc for big arms, forehand drives, and smooth right-to-left finishes. Introducing the Olace from Vibram. Durability, grip, performance.
our players have navigated over to the buried tee pad back on hole number 10. This hole very much emulates an L shape. They're going to want to throw just about to where we are. This is considered the landing zone, and they're going to have about a 250 to 300 foot throw straight uphill, which will effectively throw much further than that. And Ricky Wysocki has thrown a nearly perfect drive a few feet further, and he would have found the roots, giving him a very difficult run up. However, little does he know he has placed himself in a perfect position to attack this pin. And that looks to be Gregg Barsby with his champion, or shall I say pro line Banshee. He is going to have a root in his run up. However, he's going to be about 20 feet closer to the pin. Third should be David Wiggins, and he cuts inside and gets caught up there. I believe that's a rock, or a champion rock of sorts, by Wiggins. We'll likely see a Nova or possibly a rock on here from Paul McBeth. And actually that is a Mako 3, and literally inches from where he landed yesterday.
You could mention that this one is different.
And I did just get word that this hole is going to play slightly differently next year. I don't have the exact details, but for a number of years we've seen this hole evolve and played from different tee pads. They also created an alternate fairway for one of the configurations out here. But the course superintendent Dave had just told me that this will be a slightly different hole next year. Just give you guys a little heads up that once we get to the top of the hill on hole number 10, we typically lose signal if we try to traverse down 11 or 12's fairway. So we will be catching up with a few words from our sponsors and trying to give you some action from other holes out here on the course. We're glad you're tuned in watching our third round coverage. This is the 2015 Maple Hill Open. And David Wiggins really deliberating as to what his best route is here. He's got somewhat of an inside route that he's at least tempted by, or he's looking at a backhand turnover route. He's going to need to execute this perfectly, otherwise he may find himself hitting a tree and kicking way off the fairway. And giving it everything he's got with a grunt. And Wiggins is going to find himself on the left-hand side of the fairway. It kicks straight into the fairway. He does not know it, but the gallery is very pleased with it. We're going to back up just a few feet here, so Ricky's got more than enough run up. Wysocki with a huge, an amazing shot by Ricky Wysocki with his standstill forehand. Nice shot by Ricky. And Barsby giving it a little extra pepper here to get it up the hillside.
Get left. Wow. Not after easier shot.
And McBeth somewhat congested here with this tee pad in front of him, asking for it to get left. And he's actually caught up on the right-hand side. And Barsby's jumper from below the basket is strong on the right-hand side. Ricky happy with his efforts here for the birdie 3. And McBeth will take the par 4 here on hole number 10. This will be the first time he's taken a par on this hole this weekend. And Barsby with no problems. He's going to take a 4, as will Wiggins. So we see Ricky Wysocki picking up a stroke on the entire group, carding the birdie 3. And we are going to determine what kind of holdup there is. Seems as if there's a significant one. So, with that being said, we're going to go ahead and catch up with one of our amazing sponsors here for the tournament once we get in position here in just a second. As we're looking at the scorecard, Paul McBeth, -18, Wysocki at 21, Barsby at 18, and Wiggins at -12. In just a moment here, we're going to be joined by Matt Siri. Just double checking here, Matt, that everybody can see
No problem.
you and I as we're going to have a quick conversation. All right, I am all clear and just glad to know. I am joined by Matt Siri here of Heiserbomb Discs, and if you don't believe that, Matt will show you just how serious he is. And Matt, you have taken over the reins at Heiserbomb, and it is now your company, and you're doing some really big things in the sport. Tell us a little bit about it.
Well, the big one was the Nick Hyde Memorial earlier this year. It hit the update, this last update. Officially, we paid out $21,540. Top 2 women in a field of 15 took over $1,000 each. We hit our goals. Now I'm pushing for the NT down there.
Wow, a national tour event. You are out here at the Maple Hill Open taking in this national tour event. I know you, like myself, it was kind of a bucket list item. You have to get here. You have to see what they're doing so well. What have you learned thus far?
I mean, the biggest thing, and we hear it from everybody, is just the job that Steve Dodge and the whole team does. It's truly a team effort. You see people running around from the time we get here in the morning until the time we leave, and it runs incredibly smoothly. It's impressive to see.
Yeah, and Steve has a lot of different things going on, including live scoring for every single card that is playing out here. He obviously works with us at SmashBoxxTV in terms of live media. He has recorded media, and then just a staff and a crew doing so many different things, from spotting to flagging to, you know, providing sandwiches and doing everything else. Is it possible to duplicate these efforts and get all of those people on board from where you're at?
Man, that's got to be a long-term building thing. This isn't something that you can get just from 1 year of doing an event. At the same time, it takes the right town, the right situation, and they're lucky here. They've got a great course, private property, to where you can really kind of do what you need. And so they're able to set up the village park. As much of it.
Yeah, some of those advantages you're saying they experience out here at this amazing piece of land and property, the tree farm that is all part of the family. Now, you have recently done what so many others wish they could do, and that's leave your full-time 9-to-5 job just so you can focus solely on disc golf. That's a pretty big step for Heiserbomb and yourself.
It is. In a lot of ways, it's a leap of faith, but at times you need that motivation to kind of really push yourself, and that's the way I look at it. So it's going good. I'm just 3 weeks in, so it's very fresh.
Yes, and I've worked with you now a number of times down in Texas, although now you have moved north. What are some of the big plans and things that you have going on at Heiserbomb so that everyone out there can make sure that they stay in tune with it?
Well, recently we've had our new release of the Veteran, the actual production runs that have hit the market, and that's our Eagle mold. Next up, I've got a disc called the Moab that we're in the prototype stages and approval stages on, and that's a 6-speed. The best way I can put it is a Firebird slower.
Sure.
From there, I'm still actually, believe it or not, building out my tournament schedule for the rest of the year, and recently put an event on the calendar for August in Tulsa, and I've got a Dallas date with Joe Rotan of Twisted Flyer and Innova, and those events are both multiple course, multiple day B tiers.
So to clarify, of course you're putting out these discs, you're putting out bags, and then you're running top-notch quality events. That definitely sounds like a full-time job.
It definitely is. 10 days on the road now, and I'm ready to get home and kind of get focused again. So.
All right. Any specials or anything that you'd like to say to everyone out there that wants to learn more about Heiserbomb, whether it's the lineup of bags that you have or your discs or anything like that? Where would they go and find you and learn more?
You can always go to our Facebook page, which is facebook.com/HeiserbombDiscs. You can also go to our website, www.heiserbomb.com. And we've got everything there. At the same time, you can always reach out to me personally. I tend to be pretty good about getting back to messages.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this again is Matt Siri of Heiserbomb Discs. He's been doing amazing things down in Texas, and now he's spreading out the love and the efforts all over the country, as I know that he's busy and he's dedicated his entire full-time career here to promoting disc golf. So, Matt, for everyone here at SmashBoxxTV, for the Disc Golf Guy video blogs, and of course for the Vibram Open and everyone that has anything to do with this event, we appreciate your support, your sponsorship, and we look forward to big things from you.
Thank you for what you do, Terry, and Steve, thank you for what you do up here also.
All right, there you go. Again, that's Matt Siri. We're going to stand down for a few minutes. We know that there's going to be some backups here. We've told you before that, unfortunately, the cell signal is not spectacular out here on holes 11 and 12, so rather than you watching some less than ideal footage, we're going to bring you some other words from our sponsors, and we're also going to give you some scoring updates and things of that nature. Again, I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. You're watching third round coverage right here at the 2015 Maple Hill Open.
I'm Ross Brandt. I'm from Minnesota, and I play for Vibram Disc Golf.
Vibram Disc Golf is everything. Disc golf's awesome.
The discs are fantastic. They're the best driving putters I've ever used.
The rubber's great. It lasts forever.
They're really good putting putters.
It's very consistent.
They want the best disc out there.
Vibram's definitely making their mark.
We're here, we're living in this wonderful moment, and we're looking forward.
What Vibram's doing is, pushing everybody else a lot harder to commit to the future like they are.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best.
I've hunted down our Smashbox correspondent, Dana Vicich. Dana, this is one heck of a week out here at the Maple Hill Open. How do you feel?
Feeling good. It's great to be here. I wish I could have got here like last week so I could spend some more time at Maple Hill, but got in yesterday. I don't even know when I got in. What day is it?
I don't know. They might be seeing this on Friday or Saturday or Sunday, so who knows?
I don't know. I was just in Oregon the other day playing disc golf at one of the best places to play disc golf. Now, like 10 days later, I'm at Maple Hill playing at my other favorite course. So life is good.
Absolutely. And life's been a little hectic for you. Some people have talked about not seeing you on the tour as much because you're expecting a little one. That's congratulations.
Thank you. Due date is July 26th. And actually, as of right now, my wife she has a doctor's appointment today. So waiting to hear, maybe we'll find out that she might be coming earlier, or we're having a girl. So
very nice. Now that is going to likely exclude you from the Professional World Championships in August.
That is a correct statement. I will not be at Pro Worlds this year, and that's okay. I really love the Pittsburgh courses. They're a lot of fun, but yeah, I'll be hanging out with my little girl.
You've got other priorities. So before we let you go, everyone wants to know at home that's watching, what is your favorite hole out here at Maple Hill Gold?
We're standing right next to it, hole 18. It's one of the best finishing holes in disc golf. Requires a nice controlled distance tee shot. The second shot, if you're going for the green, I'm throwing a turnover. The crowd's sitting here, usually gambling, having fun, going wild. It's fun hearing the cheers and jeers and seeing everybody and finishing up your round.
All right, well, they're taking in all the action. We've got the doubles that's just finishing up.
We wish you best of luck all week. sir. Good to see you.
All right, should we do a Smashbox big hug?
Give me one.
Yeah. There you go, fellow Smashies. Dana Vicich.
My name is Bobby Music. I've been playing disc golf for 20 plus years out of La Mirada, California. La Mirada is a great course to grow up on. It has a lot of history. Several world champions have come out of La Mirada. I started playing around late 80s, around when I was 6, 7 years old. I grew up at that house, on the corner house right there. I used to wake up in the morning, hear the chains on the baskets, and walk to my front window, see who was putting. If I wanted to jump in with them, I was able to grab my bag, grab something to eat, and meet them by hole 15 in about 5 minutes. This year was a big year for me, very big year. I've made a couple changes, and I'm now with Legacy Disc Golf. We are going on tour this year, this being my first year really on tour. I'm 31 now, and been playing 20 years, so I think it's about time. You know, I have no kids, nothing holding me down, so this is my year to go out and do this. And thank God Stevie and Bomba have confidence in me that I will represent their company well.
The Mach X by DGA, the evolution of disc golf.
I've caught up with tall Paul Oman. He's even changed his Instagram, so if you're following him, make sure you update that, right?
Yep, at the Tall Oman.
The Tall Oman. So
the tallest one in my family. That's why I did that. Nothing too catchy.
Oh.
I just wanted to.
Also the best looking?
I don't know. It's tough. The Omans are a good-looking family.
I can imagine. So we're out here at a good-looking course, and I continue to see you at this venue every single year. What keeps bringing you back here?
Well, I'd have to say the people are pretty amazing out here. Everyone's really nice. Here in Worcester, I don't know if you guys know how to say that, but get it right. I mean, the course is amazing. Nothing to be said about. I don't know. It's just unbelievable.
He's almost speechless.
I'm speechless.
Understandable.
Terry makes me
When what would you say is your favorite hole out here at Maple Hill? That when you're competing?
That's too hard, Terry. I really like 13. It's fun. It's a good deuce hole. You know, 13, 14. 14 just so visually pleasing and so very, very hard.
Both downhill. Is that
both downhill?
But you throw really far, so why is it that you need?
Well, you know, I don't know. You just put me on the spot with my favorite hole. I think every hole is my favorite. That's why I come here every year. Yeah, I don't know. It just so happens that they're both downhill. I mean, there's some great par 4s out here. Hole 10 is awesome. Hole 18 is a lot of fun. I don't know. You got the gallery, you've got the bleachers set up, everybody's heckling you, betting dollars, just having a good time. That's what this place is all about. That's why everyone shows up.
Well, you're consistent with everyone else in that it's tough for you to figure out which is your favorite hole.
Absolutely.
And that's understandable, and the people keep bringing you back. So where will people see you in other places on the tour this year?
As of right now, I think I just got Ledgestone. I got that in my sights. I'd like to get to the USDGC, maybe if everything goes right this week. But I don't know. I think IDGC is filled up maybe. Just going to have fun at home.
Okay.
It's almost July 4th. Maybe go up to Chicago. The Dead's playing.
Wow, you got everything on lockdown. Well, this is Tall Paul. He's going to be out here competing all week long here at the Maple Hill Open, and maybe, just maybe, he may qualify him spot for a USDGC invitation. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Terry. Thanks for coming out.
Thank you. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Cutler Place, as I believe Steve Dodge gave us the historical reference last night. I'm joined by Craig of Power Bar. Craig, tell us what's going on up here.
Just a great day out here up at the Cutler Place, as you mentioned it, giving out some samples. Our first activation out on the disc golf tour, so people are loving it, and all the golfers are coming by, and we're keeping them fueled up throughout their round, so they're digging it.
I've got always a little extra fuel with me, but I did find myself a peanut butter and jelly, and it was delicious. Now, how did you guys come about getting involved with disc golf? Did Steve Dodge just show up and knock on your door, or what happened?
We're really just trying to branch out and get into a lot of active lifestyle events, and family friend is very familiar with the sport in the area, so I actually stopped by, paid a visit, got him some samples, and we were able to work it out. So it's been a great event, and hopefully we can keep building off of it because it's a really good group of people.
Yeah, and I'll have to say it was just 7 or less years ago, Steve Dodge had a crazy idea to approach Vibram, and now here they are making golf discs and our title sponsor, so hopefully we can see Power Bar more involved. Are you planning on being in any other events or festivals or anything else that you know of right now?
I'm not really sure yet. This was just kind of to get our foot in the door, and I'm just trying to get some feedback from people to see if it's something that would work for us and people are into, and so far so good, so maybe you'll see us out here again.
Is it really a surprise? People love to eat.
Yeah.
Well, I know I do.
We put such an emphasis on taste of our products too, so they all taste great and perform well, so that's not a surprise. You know, most people really like them, and out here while they're walking around, it's hard for them to eat, so I'm glad to fuel them up.
One thing that I like to say as a tournament director and organizer myself is I like to support those who support us. So if I were to go to a store now, I'd be more inclined to buy some of your bars. If somebody wanted to get on board or find a way to work with you guys, how should they go about contacting you?
The best place to go is usually our website. We have a event sponsorship page, so most of the events kind of go through there and get selected depending on scheduling and budgeting and whatnot.
Awesome. Well, I'm running an event in 7 days, so you'll no, but we appreciate the support. We appreciate you guys reaching out into disc golf. Sometimes we talk about our manufacturers do so much and they provide so much for our events, but to finally have some outside help and sponsorship and to have cross-promoting with companies like yourself, it's just great to see. So we really appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm really glad to be here, and thanks for having me.
I've got to ask, are you a disc golfer yourself?
I dabble. I play a lot of ball golf, so when I have time, I get out there and play.
Well, good thing disc golf takes a fraction of the time of ball golf, so we hope to see you all here playing, to these elevated baskets instead of the hole in the ground.
There we go. Thanks, guys.
All right. Again, that's Craig from Power Bar. We appreciate all of the support here at the Maple Hill Open. We're going to move over. We're going to see a few tee shots here on hole number 13, And when we can, we're going to also throw in some shots that you're going to see on the beautiful hole number 14. Let's get to it. As I said, we're going to do our best here to move over and grab a few tee shots here from hole number 13. I believe this is our third card.
No. I know all about that.
I see Big Germ looks to be ready to throw.
Today's the day. Come on.
Get the air.
Sit down.
And Big Germ with a great flight path. However, a very active skip at the end of that flight. Nate Doss throwing a TI buzz, looking for a little more stand up on that. He finds himself on the left-hand side. And there you go. That is our third card heading down the fairway on hole 13, the 405-foot downhill hole.
Talk to my knees.
That was funny. You're reaching there.
As you're watching some tee shots here on hole number 14, I am still on 13's tee. Here's some chatter going on. I believe Big Germ was talking about the rarity of birdieing hole 13. And that meaning the rarity for himself, that is. I'm going to go ahead and recap a few scores for you as I'm looking at the PDGA live scoring system. Ricky Wysocki currently sitting at 21 under par. Gregg Barsby at 19 under par. Paul McBeth is just 2 down through 11 holes, also sitting at 19 under par. And David Wiggins sitting 3 down for the round at 13 under par. So as of this moment, it looks to be a 3-horse race with Wysocki, Barsby, and McBeth within 2 strokes of one another. And Barsby and McBeth have 6 strokes currently on 4th place with David Wiggins. So in just a few moments, it looks like we're going to see our next card. I was incorrect earlier. I believe that was the 4th card that had teed. It looks like this is in fact the 3rd card. I see Avery Jenkins has made his way up to, Avery Jenkins has made his way up to hole 13's teeing area. I also see our 2001 world champion Cam Todd making his way up as well, along with Jason Dorr. Max Nichols on this card. When he tees, it looks like he's got a KC Rock in his hands. Oh, and it sounds as if Big Germ has in fact carded the birdie 2 on hole 13. Again, there was I caught somewhat of a conversation up here. I believe Big Germ was saying that he is very unlikely or has maybe even never birdied this hole. In just a few moments, our group that is up here. This is the 3rd card. They will be ready to tee. Again, we have Max Nichols, Jason Dorr, Avery Jenkins, and Cam Todd. Many of our players had talked earlier of having a strong finish out here on this course. Usually once the players get past hole 14, you can take a slight sigh of relief. Hopefully attack holes 15, 16, 17, and 18. I think many would consider a birdie on 14 a bonus. That is a very treacherous green to be aggressive on. It looks like we are live. See a putter shot here on hole 13.
I like that one. I like
Beautiful
that
turnover
one.
shot by Jason Dorr.
Yeah. Hold that thought.
And that is with an AVR putter. With a slight turn, he's going to hope that stables up ever so slightly.
Yeah, lefty. Here you go, Max.
Max is going to be happy with that. Todd had switched up his disc. He was originally looking at a Comet. He moved over to a KC Rock. And Avery Jenkins throwing a Champion Rock 3 low here on hole number 13. For the first time today, I feel a slight breeze in our face as we are standing here on hole number 13. Certainly affected both Cam Todd's decision making with which disc he was going to throw, as well as Avery Jenkins trying to keep it a little bit lower so that the wind did not pick it up. However, Jenkins may have overcompensated slightly. Just as the gallery is moving down hole 13, I see the second card is moving up onto the tee of 13.
Thanks for the heads up.
Yeah. Just over my left-hand shoulder, we can see a few of our leader card members. Looks like they're throwing their approach shots. We have a gallery standing up in. Looks like I see Ricky Wysocki lining up his forehand approach. Also looks as if David Wiggins and Gregg Barsby are discussing who's going to be throwing next. Wiggins had thrown a huge 360 drive off of hole number 11's tee. He put it all the way down to the mouth where the trees open up. Most people are throwing at least 200-foot approach shots, not nearly as far for Wiggins when he had thrown such a crushing drive off the tee. Looks like our second card is just about ready to tee off here on hole number 13. Joe Revere on the tee. And as we can see, that left-hand side has been somewhat popular for these players. Anyone that's misfiring is on the left side. That is, of course, over here on hole 13 where I am standing, not the action you are likely watching on 14. While you're taking in all the action on both holes 13 and 14, please go out and like and share our link with everyone you know. If you were to share it with just 3 people, we could more than triple our viewership. We'd like to see more than 5,000 people watching our broadcast throughout the weekend. We will again be live tonight for our podcast and wrap-up show. We're watching as it seems as if some of our gallery from the leader card on hole number 12 is making their way up to the tee area on 13. Just a few moments, we'll have official scoring updates from holes 11 and 12. I'm very briefly able to take a brief look at some of the comments that I'm seeing out on the board. Simon Lazat is not here at this event. I believe he may be back home in Germany for a brief time, where he, shall I say, headed back that direction in order to get ready for the upcoming major events taking place over there. Also see that Eric says he is happy to see different groups throughout the day. As we said, our connections are very challenging up here on holes 11 and 12. That's what gives us a great breakaway to attempt to find some other cards going on out here. There has been some conversation by about Jared Rohn, who's been tearing it up thus far. I know Matt Siri of Heiserbaum Disc is in fact one of his sponsors, of Jared's sponsors, so Matt was exceptionally excited to see that.
Barbecue sauce and onions. What'd you get on them?
I see that Captain Anheuser has tuned in. He says hello from New York. Thank you so much for being here. Please go out and share the link with a dozen of your friends. See if you can get everyone you know on board. I'm going to check in with AJ Risley here briefly. Sure. AJ, I did not see the last two holes played live. Can you tell me a little bit about what you saw?
Well, first of all, hole 11. I don't know if you saw that or showed the world that. David Wiggins popping off a monster 360. He got past all the trees, basically. All the Christmas trees. Easy little sidearm approach to the basket, tap in, no biggie. Gregg Barsby and Paul McBeth also threw superb up shots, second shots, and they made their putts for their birdies. And then each of the four gentlemen kind of found a little bit of trouble in their own right on hole 12. They all carded a 4, which isn't bad on that hole, but when you're on the lead card here at the Maple Hill Open, you're going for a 3. Now, if you excuse me, I have some power gel to get to.
Yeah, you do.
A booyah.
So AJ Risley, our on-field reporter for just 2 holes. AJ is going to be helping assemble a video blog so you can watch this entire round in a condensed format. He's going to work even harder than he has the past 2 or 3 days to get that out in a more timely fashion. So look for that. Gregg Barsby is just about ready to tee here on hole number 13. I believe that is a Champion Eagle. And with a nearly perfect stand-up, Gregg Barsby's shot is coming in. And it does hit a tree near the basket. However, he did have a good-looking line heading right toward it. This is a USDGC Champion Rock by David Wiggins. Very smooth release by the long-throwing David Wiggins. And looks like he's going to have a putt from there. Paul McBeth throwing a McPro Rock 3. McBeth has a very smooth release. This is the best looking shot he's thrown here in the last 3 days. He's going to be happy with this. Ricky Wysocki has in fact birdied this hole the previous 2 rounds. So it seems as if he has this dialed in. Seems to be a high release. He's going to need that to fade to the right. The disc doing what most would not expect. And a gorgeous shot by Ricky Wysocki. The gallery loves it. We're going to do a little walk and talk with one of our good friends and Smashbox correspondents. I think he's going to be joining us for a good portion of the remainder of the round. Dana Vicich, you're out here taking in the leader card action. I saw you just caught up with it. What have you been seeing out there?
Well, I just took a peek at the live scoring and was a little surprised to see Wysocki is currently on top. Is that what, did I see that correctly?
Yeah, I believe you did. He has been absolutely tearing it up here today. And in an uncharacteristic fashion, I think we're seeing Paul McBeth, for lack of a better term, somewhat flatline at the moment.
Well, that's my first shot of the round right there that I saw, and he absolutely threw it about as good as you can. I'm jealous.
Paul McBeth has dialed it in. He has not had good luck the previous 2 rounds out here on hole 13. We're going to stay just a little ways back, as our cellular signal does not always cooperate if we go all the way down onto the green here. We'll from afar.
I see Ricky and Paul are both about 20 to 23 feet out. 2 totally different shots. McBeth threw the mid-range rock shot and just absolutely flat, perfect all the way. Wysocki, on the other hand, went hyzer flip with a putter. And, incredible.
Yeah, Wysocki released that very high. It looked as if it was hyzering for 3/4 of the way down the fairway, and then it just got up and turned to the right for him.
I didn't have a doubt it was going to turn.
Yeah, and Gregg Barsby is going to take his second par in 3 opportunities out here. As I said earlier, Dana, Ricky Wysocki has had this hole dialed in. He has birdied it each of the previous 2 rounds.
It's not an easy birdie, and but he throws that putter so good, especially that hyzer flip. We got David Wiggins right here. David Wiggins is good from a couple feet inside of where Gregg Barsby was. Now it looks like Ricky Wysocki is up next, and this should be a tap-in for him.
Relatively routine. We see David Wiggins also just a moment ago taking the birdie 2. He has improved by a stroke each time. He's had a 4, a 3, and now a birdie 2 here on hole number 13. And you can pretty much count this one for Paul McBeth.
Without a doubt. Yep.
We're going to move over to the tee on beautiful hole number 14. I'm hoping you're going to join us for a little while. Is that true, Dana?
Yeah, I'm going to tag along for a few.
Step in front of a few people.
Players and gallery alike are getting in position here on hole number 14. And David Wiggins is going to be safe on the left-hand side.
Green flag.
And Paul McBeth needs that to get to the left. He was asking for it to go. And it hits. And it looks as if it is rolled. It's tough to tell if that in fact went OB or not. There's a spotter running to it. And Paul McBeth gets the green disc, signifying he is safe. And Ricky Wysocki throwing a giant, which is going hard left. And Gregg Barsby shot stands up and is also carrying to the left. He's going to certainly be safe on that left-hand side. We've got a little bit of a walk. We've got 4 drives that are all inbounds. However, we have a little bit of a walk over to the green here on hole number 14.
Strokes so many people, to be honest, and anything else. Tag along.
Again, caught up with Dana Vicich here. And Dana, I know this is one of your favorite events and favorite courses. How'd the round treat you today?
You know what? It was a pretty poor round until I got to hole 14 right here. And I caught a nice break, threw a shot that stayed in bounds, caught the birdie, and then I birdied out from here. So finished my round with 2-2-2, 3-3, and salvaged a 57.
Well, very solid performance here on your final round. Are we going to see more of you tomorrow?
I definitely made the cut. I'm getting paid. Disc Golf Rich.
Hashtag Disc Golf Rich, as Dana Vicich says. Glad to hear that he has made the cut. And Wysocki, not many options except for the layup from more than 100 feet away. placed himself within 6 feet of the pin. Gregg Barsby certainly is just looking for an easy layup here as well. Well, first we'll see David Wiggins laying up. Sorry, I did not even see David at the moment. I think even Gregg Barsby didn't see him there, so I don't feel so bad now. I was watching Gregg get in position while David was already throwing. And Barsby's done the same. We have seen 5 birdies in 8 opportunities out here by this card. McBeth has 1 of them. Wysocki carded birdie in the first 2 rounds. Gregg Barsby also went birdie in the first 2 rounds. And McBeth, as you saw yesterday right here on SmashBoxxTV, hit a very nice putt, keeping him in his groove as he completed his round. McBeth getting a spot here. Paul confirming with the group that everyone's good with exactly where he's keeping it. McBeth below the basket, but yet inside the 10-meter circle here. And a fist pump by McBeth, knowing that that might be what he needs to jumpstart his final few holes out here. And we'll see tap-ins from the other group members. So McBeth picking up a stroke on the rest of the card. And we are moving into some very birdieable territory with just holes 15 through 18 to play. We'll be back with you in a few moments as we get into position. You're watching 3rd round coverage out here at the 2015 Maple Hill Open, presented by Vibram.
Join the excitement at PDGA.com.
It's all about practice, preparation, and routine. Approaching the tee shot, I always line up my shot and check the wind direction. Always take into consideration the trees that are out there and the out of bounds that are marked off. I try to keep everything slow on my run up and build momentum as I get to the end of the tee pad. Trust your shot, believe in yourself, let the disc do the work. Legacy disc. Play with confidence.
And welcome back here. We are on the tee of hole number 15, waiting on the second card to clear out. And in the meantime, we can give you a scoring update. We see Paul McBeth sitting at -21, Wysocki at -22, Gregg Barsby -19, and David Wiggins at -14. McBeth with the solo birdie on the previous hole. Give you a quick recap here on hole number 15. We've seen both Wiggins and McBeth get birdies on it in each of the previous rounds. Again, in just a moment, it looks like we're going to be ready for our tee shots. There's more than likely going to be a hold up on 16, but we're live here on 15. And McBeth asking for it to get lucky as he missed his line slightly. And although he hit the right-hand gap, David Wiggins' rock is carrying toward the pin. Wysocki will be up next to throw. Dana, as we move down the, we'll say we serpentine down the fairway here on hole number 15, what did you think of the slight changes on the hole this year?
I can't say that I'm the biggest fan of it because there's not a completely clean way to get to the basket. The last hole, it was a pipe shot all the way, and we saw two shots here that missed the fairway and are both inside the circle. And Wysocki actually threw the best line and caught a tree and just was unlucky by barely missing his line, where McBeth and Wiggins both missed it pretty bad.
Good looking forehand shot there by Gregg Barsby from below the pin.
Yep, not an easy spot to get. Not an easy spot to get to the basket from, and I think he's within 25.
Tough to tell from our vantage point. Looked as if Wysocki may have caught a tree between him and the pin. And Wysocki giving it a run, having to go around the tree. He's going to be carding a bogey 4 and relinquishing 1, if not 2 strokes here.
And Barsby misses from just outside the circle. Him and Wysocki are both carding 4s and possibly losing 2 to both Wiggins and McBeth, but it looks like Wiggins has an obstructed putt here, so he's only about 30 out. Let's see what he can do.
And Paul McBeth has dialed in on hole number 16. Correction, hole 15. He has now birdied it 3 times in a row. McBeth is going to pick up at least 1 stroke, if not 2, on each of his card mates here. Wiggins in for 3. Wysocki for 4 with a little bit of frustration, and Gregg Barsby also taking a 4 here. In just a few moments, we're going to see if there's a backup on 16. If not, we will get right back to the action, and if so, we're going to catch up with Team DGA sponsored professional Jonathan Baldwin. We're going to take a look in just a moment. In fact, We'll move over here, and we're going to catch up with Jonathan Baldwin in just a moment. We're going to move back to hole. I'm going to get on this side of you, Jonathan. All right. I've caught up with Team DGA player and world champion, Jonathan Baldwin. John, how are we doing today?
Pretty good. I shot an even par, so I'm pretty happy with that.
Yeah, you should be. Now, you play for Team DGA, and you've been very successful. I know you've been throwing their disc for a long time. Talk a little bit about how DGA is involved with this event.
Well, they actually are, I think, the longest-running sponsor of this sport, of this tournament. They started in 2004 with the very first MSTGC.
Wow. So, as Steve has made mention a number of times, yes, this is the Maple Hill Open presented by Vibram, but DGA was on board even before Vibram was. That says a lot. Now, just last year, I believe we saw the Mach X debuted here on this course. They stand out beautifully. They obviously catch pretty well. How many are out here? Do you know on the property?
You know, I keep finding new ones every day, so I'm not really sure, but there's a lot.
Sometimes that's good and sometimes not so much. You won your Pro World Championships in the Masters Division in 2011, Santa Cruz. Talk a little bit about some of the fun and the successes you've had since then.
Well, you know, winning that tournament was like a dream come true, and I almost didn't even dare dream it. But when it actually happened, the benefits and just the whole disc golf community opens their doors to you, and that's really nice to just get hospitality wherever I go around the country. It's amazing.
Well, it also helps that you're nice and everybody enjoys being around you. I'm not sure everybody receives the same hospitality that you does, but you're genuinely a nice guy. What does it mean for you to be a member of Team DGA?
Well, you know, DGA maybe doesn't have like the highest rated players, but they're very focused on the character of the people that they get on the team, and so having good people around you and on the team, and it's really a family, and I really enjoy being a part of it.
Just a few weeks ago, the national tour found itself in Santa Cruz at the Masters Cup, beautiful De La Viega disc golf course, and now here you are on the opposite side of the country. How much touring are you going to be doing this year as we move forward, you know, into the summertime?
Well, I'm actually really excited. It's going to be my first trip to Europe this year. I'm going to play a event in Croatia, and I'm going to play the 2 majors there as well. And I'm just really excited. And after that, I get to play Worlds, U.S. Masters, the Ledgestone. It's a good life. I'm very thankful for it.
Well, I'm sure that's in part to some of the help and support you get from our friends over at Scott Kesey and Farina and all the amazing guys over at DGA. Any shout-outs or anything else you'd like to say to everyone out there watching?
Well, you know, just thanks for being fans of the sport, because that's what's going to help us grow.
All right, we're going to get back to the action here on hole number 16. And David Wiggins is filtering through all of the trees. The crowd here on 16 loves it. And Ricky has made it out of the corridor. He's going to have a putt for birdie from the opening. And Gregg Barsby throwing a forehand. Beautiful shot by Gregg Barsby with his champion eagle. In case you had missed it, Paul McBeth had a slight tailing off to the left-hand side He was first to tee. You can tell these guys definitely have some gas left in the tank. We've got just 3 holes to play here today during our 3rd round, the 2015 Maple Hill Open.
Day 2 of the 2015 Maple Hill Open saw Paul McBeth continue his march towards another NT victory. Paul picked up another stroke on his nearest competitor, Ricky Wysocki, and is in the lead by 2 strokes going into the 3rd round. This round sees 2 new faces on the lead card, fan favorite Gregg Barsby and long thrower David Wiggins Jr. Stay tuned as these competitors do everything in their power to snatch the victory away from Paul McBeth. Enjoy round 3 of the 2015 Maple Hill Open.
Over here, after throwing a star T-bird, looks like he's going to be lining up a forehand shot with either a Thunderbird or possibly a Firebird. And that should be a good looking shot. Paul's running up. And not much of a gallery. You can see the shot from where he was. However, I'm guessing Paul's going to have a long putt from there. During practice the other day, I watched Paul throw a similar shot from right there. However, he put a little too much Anheuser on the forehand, and he actually ended up losing the disc. Not able to find it. There was quite a lengthy search for it, and he wasn't able to locate it. With our painted 10-meter circle out here on most of the holes, I'm able to give you a relatively decent estimate as to how far away the players are. I see David Wiggins is approximately 40 feet from the pin.
I'm like 8 feet outside.
Paul directing a little traffic. Says that Gregg Barsby will be first to putt. Gregg approximately 45 feet from the pin. See him hold up a little bit of leaves, slight right to left wind. Oh, and Gregg's jumper is just right of the basket. Ricky Wysocki for a share of the lead, and he comes up short. David Wiggins, again, about 40 feet from the pin after throwing his T-bird. And David not happy with his stroke from approximately 36, maybe 37 feet. Paul McBeth for par. Another fist pump by Paul McBeth, this time to save par versus the birdie. However, he is not relinquishing any strokes here to the rest of his card mates. He's going to remain in the lead at 22 under par. Wysocki will remain at 21. And we are going to move on. Gregg Barsby taps in as well. We've got a little bit of a lengthy walk to the long and challenging par 4, hole number 17. We'll be back with you in a few moments.
Not all fairways finish left, and we can't all throw with pro power. So Vibram has designed an understable distance driver that is perfect for beginners or advanced players looking for amazing anhyzer finishes. Introducing the Unlace from Vibram. Durability, grip, performance.
Here at hole 17 standing at the Primo landing spot. I'm center cut. We just threw over 1 million or 2 million Christmas trees. You definitely don't want to land in there. But we're throwing to a really fast green here. It drops off, it's got some rocks, so it's easy to go deep, or if you come up short, you're going to be facing a little bit of a death putt. But you can see the flag from here. That's good. Give you something to aim at, and hopefully put it right underneath.
Welcome back, everyone, as we are here on the tee of hole number 17, measuring in at 580 feet. We see the scores unchanged from the previous hole, with McBeth at 22 under par, Wysocki at 21, Barsby at -18, and Wiggins at -14. This hole has undergone a number of changes throughout the years, various teeing areas, as well as trees that have protected the landing zone. I can give you some scores from the previous few days after doing some research. I see McBeth has gone 3-3, which is considered a birdie. Wysocki has also birdied it with threes both days. Gregg Barsby with a 4 on the opening round and then a 3. And David Wiggins has gone 3-3. So in 8 opportunities, we've seen 7 birdies here on hole number 17 out of these gentlemen. And we are ready to tee. We have Paul McBeth with the honors. Paul making sure to get over on his Star Destroyer as he's chasing it down. We see the gallery. Everyone's heads are gently turning, and Paul's got a huge grin on his face. He's happy with that tee shot. This is David Wiggins also throwing his Star Destroyer. May have gotten a little bit of a wind lift. Wiggins shot carrying to the right. The gallery applauds. Ricky with a giant. Gregg Barsby fourth to tee. I believe that is a Scorpius. And a beautiful turnover shot by Barsby. That does get a little stable at the end. However, he's going to have a good looking shot. I have a lengthy walk over to their landing zone. I shall say me and my amazing cameraman in Todd Dodge have lengthy walks.
We need a Fitbit.
Again, this hole measures in at 580 feet. These guys making it look very easy by throwing shots that are exceeding 400 feet off the tee, if not more. We hope you have your YouTube channel set to SmashBoxxTV for tomorrow. We will bring you the championship and final round out here at the 2015 Maple Hill Open. Last year's battle came down to the final hole with Ricky Wysocki and Jeremy Colling. This year we seem to have a very tightly contested match as well. Dana, you were closer to the gallery as these huge tee shots were coming in. What were you thinking as they were catching up with you?
You know what, I think this is not quite the gold level par 4 that we would want out of this hole. It's a pretty easy birdie 3 for all these guys, and looks like Gregg's out over here and he's got a relatively easy shot.
Barsby with a simple standstill approach. He should be within 15 feet of the pin at most.
Most definitely. And as I was saying, this is more of a blue level par 4 for these top players. It's just too easy of a birdie 3. So.
And Ricky Wysocki able to throw a jump putt from there. As I said, Wiggins and Paul McBeth definitely putting the moves on that disc, their respective drives. Paul from close to 80 feet gives it a run. You need just a little bit more power. And a very different approach here by David Wiggins, who is more than content just to simply lay it up. As soon as Paul had thrown, he said, "Wow, such bad footing." So I think Paul certainly had a little slip out from under him in the leaves that he was standing in. And Wysocki putting in for the easy three. Setter chains for Gregg Barsby here on our Mach X basket. Paul got a roll, but no more than a few feet. And these players do not disappoint. We see 4 drives and 4 birdies here on hole number 17. Some customary handshakes amongst the group. Looks like we're going to get in line. We see Paul McBeth checking his phone. I'm sure he's texting with his wonderful girlfriend Jennifer back home. That's what he does. That's what he tells me anyway. Again, another scoring update with McBeth at 23 under par, Wysocki at 22, Barsby at 19, and Wiggins at 15. Paul McBeth with his swirly Star Destroyer on the tee. And McBeth with a nearly perfect drive. He was asking for it to keep turning. Gives himself a little fist bump. This is David Wiggins, and we're ready for this. And David Wiggins with a little too much anhyzer on that. It's still a solid shot for most people. However, not nearly as far as Wiggins can throw it.
Oh boy, get up, you idiot.
And Wysocki with a nearly identical flight path. Again, just too much turn on that anhyzer.
Stand up.
And Gregg Barsby's shot comes in low. Gregg seems to have struggled for the past few holes after starting out as hot as he did. He wasn't able to maintain quite that intensity here throughout the round. Barsby going hard at the green here on hole number 18. And he comes up just a bit short. Ricky Wysocki with a forehand. And the gallery likes it. Wysocki with a clap. And by the moan of the crowd, it sounds as if Wiggins' forehand attempt is short. Paul confirming his lie is good. And McBeth just getting onto the green. And Barsby didn't even look up as he released his putt from the drop zone. David Wiggins throwing next. See a jump putt from David Wiggins here from the drop zone. Wiggins just a bit left on that. McBeth finishes with yet another birdie, taking birdies on 15, 17, and 18 birdies for Paul McBeth. And Gregg Barsby taps in, letting his hair down a little as he tips his hat to the gallery. And as always, our players are going to head into the scoring booth. We're going to catch up with one or more of them in just a few moments. We're going to first let them get in there. Until then, we'll show you a little bit of the gallery. In fact, we're going to move into position, see if we can show you Nico LaCastro here is working his magic as the large gallery is able to hang out and take a look at the scoring that's posted above hole 18's basket. Looking at some of the scores that came in today, Dave Felberg had one of the better scores at 6 under par. Nico LaCastro, understandably, was checking out the leaderboard as I see he shot a 7 under par and brings him to 10 under overall. That may not be enough for him to make a move or a push toward the championship tomorrow. However, coming in with a solid third round. Until we catch up with one of our players, I'm going to catch up with good friend and Smashy correspondent in Dana Vicich. Dana, all the drama, all the great golf, all the great players. What more could you ask for out here?
This is awesome. I don't know, an ice cream social? Wait.
That was last night.
That was last night.
I might know where some is hidden, besides in my tummy, but I might know where there's some extra ice cream hidden. What's on the agenda for tonight? There's something always going on.
Yeah, I think tonight is the Glow doubles. So if the weather holds off, probably go play some of the white course or one of the shorter layouts out here. And yeah, it's usually a pretty good time, but we might get rained on. Might be a precursor to tomorrow.
Hush your mouth. Hush your mouth. Now, Night Eyes and Dave are working on the Glow doubles for tonight. The other thing that I have yet to see this weekend has been any of the table tennis, and I'm sure there must be either at least semifinals or something going on tonight in one of the many buildings out here on the property. That's always a fan favorite as well, isn't it?
Oh, definitely. There's probably way too many people that get up into that upstairs of the barn to watch the table tennis. And hopefully this year it doesn't deteriorate like it has in the past. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
Sometimes it has transformed into sting pong.
Sting pong.
And we've seen Neil Swanson, who's definitely one of the best players on the property. We've also seen Ricky Wysocki participate in that. What I think is really interesting is when you come to an event like this, you see a lot of the players, a lot of our top players are just competitors in everything they do. We saw that in both the singles and doubles last night for the games, but Ricky Wysocki, he's always active. Yeah. You see Paul Ulibarri, he's good at almost everything he touches. Paul McBeth, I mean, there's a consistent theme there.
Yeah, if you look at the top 10 players in the world, all of them are probably going to kick your butt in anything, anything and everything. Like I will say that Wysocki is not that good at pool, and that might be one of the few things where I'll regularly beat Rick.
Well, that's good to know. Maybe the one thing I can do and beat Ricky at is video editing. Maybe I don't know if he's much of a computer guy. I'm not very good, but. Maybe I could beat him in video editing.
You could beat him in social media, Ian. Have you ever seen Rick's social media skills? Did he just make a Twitter the other day? What is it?
It's good to see. I'm not sure. He's got fans out there, and it's good to see him interacting. We're going to catch with, I think we're going to catch up with Paul McBeth, and he's still in the lead, not by much, But he's still in the lead.
Yeah, he looks like he lost it for a few holes and then kind of had a nice break. His disc was inbounds on 14, got the birdie, came back and got a little bit lucky on his drive on the next hole, but he cashed the putt in. A couple of guys forwarded on his card, and from there, yeah, it looks like he's is he up 1 now?
I believe he's up 1, and with a birdie on 18 by him and Wysocki, I believe he still has a 1-stroke lead.
All right, well, tomorrow is shaping up to be pretty exciting. It looks like 2-horse race, maybe. Barsby really needed to come in down the stretch with a birdie 3 on 18. Poor drive left him in a spot where he had to make a decision and go for it or lay up, and it was definitely he could hit that forehand shot and just missed it, and unfortunately took the 5 and a couple strokes that might cost him.
All right, well, we're going to find out. All right, I'm going to catch up with Paul and Steve real quickly. Thanks for stopping by. Also, of course, congratulations on making the cut. You're getting paid.
That's right.
Hashtag Disc Golf Rich.
Getting so Disc Golf Rich.
Make
right
sure you
now.
stop in on the podcast tonight so we can get some more out of you. I heard you held down the show last night, and we're glad to have you back.
Yeah, the fans are cooling for more Disc Golf Boy and Dana podcasts.
Obviously. I mean, we should just start your own show is what we should do.
I'm already working on that.
All right, get out of here.
Thanks, everybody. Ed Gonzalez, shout out to you. Thanks for tuning in to SmashBoxxTV.
All right, there you have it. We're going to pull in Paul McBeth here. And Paul, I don't think Dana was ragging on you. He was just calling it like you saw it. You started a little bit slow today, and then you seemed to pick up steam as the rest of the afternoon went on. What happened?
Yeah, it was just a slow start. Just couldn't get my drives really. I was putting well today. I just couldn't get my drives close enough or into an open spot to where I had a good shot for birdie, and it kind of showed early with those struggles on the front 9 and also 10. I threw a really bad upshot, but after that I got it going and got some putts and was able to knock down some birdies.
And speaking of hole 10, you finished in a nearly identical spot that you had finished the previous day. And I know that's really goofy because you sometimes have a run-up, sometimes you don't, and it looked like you just pulled your shot right. Is there a perfect landing zone on that hole besides maybe one of the other tee pads?
Really just the tee pad on that one. If you can land it, I mean, I was probably 8 feet shy of landing on the front of that tee pad, and if you're there, you got to run up, but still you're going directly uphill.
Anything you'd like to add to your experience out there today? We saw you actually lost the lead there for a hole or two. You and Ricky were battling back and forth. As Dana mentioned, on hole 15, you seem to have that one dialed in. Today you were a little off center of where you wanted to be, but it filtered all the way through the trees. We saw Wysocki and Barsby both take bogey 4s, and you were able to cash in on your good, almost clean line right to the basket. What is it about that backside on this course that you've got dialed in?
I think it's really you just got to throw straight on those ones. 13 down that hill, you just got to get your shot to go straight. Same with 15. 14, you just got to get over the fact that there's 95% of that hole is water. And then same with 16, just straight. 17, 18.
Yeah.
So on the back 9, a lot of the tee shots are really similar to each other. Unlike the front, where you're going disc after disc after disc. All. It could be you could play all 9 holes, all different drivers on the front 9. So. Yeah.
Now, have we gotten an official scoring up there? Have you seen who for sure will be on that leader card with you tomorrow?
Same card.
Same exact card.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wiggins is 4th, and he's got. Well, he just took a 5, so I think he's got 2
negative
strokes.
13 maybe. Is
No,
that
he's
what
at 15, I believe.
Okay.
So I think he's at 15. So I think he's got 2 strokes on 5th right now.
Okay.
I think there's a few tied, and then myself, Ricky, and Barsby are 1, 2, 3.
So I think it's fair to say we can predict that there's going to be a great battle tomorrow. It's going to be different conditions. We're going to see some rain almost for sure. How are you going to prepare tonight?
I don't know. Probably find my rain gear, umbrella, and just hope it holds off or dissipates throughout the mountain that we're on or the little hill.
Mm-hmm.
They say it's pretty common for it to just disappear. So. Fingers crossed.
All right, fingers crossed. Well, this is Paul McBeth. He is your leader still after 3 rounds out here at the Maple Hill Open. We're glad you guys could tune in. For everyone that's out there watching, thank you guys so much. And of course, for everyone on staff and crew here, we've got Todd Dodge behind the camera along with Joe Height, Johnny V back at the controls in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Ryan and AJ both on our support system. And we're so glad that you guys could be here. Tune in for tonight's podcast. I believe there's going to be a dinner served for everyone. You're not going to get any of that action, but I know Paul and I will. So, again, one last time, we'll see you for Championship Sunday tomorrow afternoon here at the 2015 Maple Hill Open when you step inside the Smashbox.
Hi, Jen, Michaela, Kelson, AJ.
Hi, guys.
Yeah.
We're out.
Thank you.